Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where OP completely destroys his boss's business. Our next Reddit post is from Free as a Bird. So, I thought that I'd landed a dream job at a small media company that had gone all in on digital media and marketing a few years prior, and had started to land some really big clients, such as the National Health Service. The company was comprised of two owners. We'll call them Jeff and Nigel. Jeff was the lighthearted, approachable, and more tech-oriented member of this double act. Nigel was the straight man, less approachable and less likely to join us in any social antics, but ultimately a seemingly decent guy and the main driver of the business. In addition, there was an office manager, James, who was Nigel's other half, and Rachel, an office assistant and good friend of Nigel. The rest of the workforce made up the media team, which was comprised of a senior and a junior designer, a senior and junior dev, and me, another senior dev. What made this a dream job for me at the time? Well, on top of the fact that they were doing some great work with what was at the time cutting-edge technology, it was an overall great place to be. Flexible work hours, lots of holidays, and lots of social events. To give you a better idea, during most lunchtimes, Jeff and the media team would all go out for lunch together or play a FIFA tournament, or go to the pub to mob on a new place, etc. Most importantly for this story, every Friday we would all finish an hour early at 4 p.m. instead of 5 p.m. and then head to the pub to have a couple of drinks together. It was a very open place to work at the time, and the two owners were clear on how they expected the business to expand and our future positions within such an expanded company. Basically, you know all those perks that potential employers claim that they give you during the interview? Well, we were actually doing it. They were receptive to new ideas or different ways of doing things, and they regularly included us in sales meetings, and we could see the direction the company was going in. Everybody who worked there was excited, and I honestly thought that I'd be there for the rest of my career. However, things changed. As time went on, the company became more successful, and with more success came more recognition, more clients, more money, and more greed. I won't go into too much detail, but by the time of the main event in this story a couple of years after I started there, this open and relaxed workplace had become hell. There were no longer flexible hours. You had to be in at 8:50 a.m. to get ready at your machine, and you didn't power down until 5 p.m. at the earliest, unless you'd been asked to stay late to churn out more unpaid work. There were no more lunchtime socials. There was a lunchtime rotation that stated who could go for lunch and when, so we could no longer take lunch together. Despite the ever-growing workload of more complex and larger websites, no new members were added to the team. Even when the other lead developer left, no replacement was found. On top of this, despite the growing workload and shortening deadlines, promises of raises and bonuses never came to fruition, which was especially galling when coupled with the fact that, by now, both owners were getting a new car every 6 months. Nigel also made it clear that with the success of the company as it was, his plan was to sell it at the ripe age of 45 and semi-retire to a life of travel, writing, and photography, despite the fact that he was mediocre at both of these things. And he didn't give a second thought for the rest of us. The business was now being run in a manner that allowed the owners to line their pockets with as much cash as possible, while also making it look like a good takeover prospect. The only perk that remained was the 4 p.m. Friday finish, and at this point, instead of going for a drink together, we all just went home early. Morale was low. One Friday afternoon, Nigel, Jeff, and James went to visit a prospective client. Rachel was off for some reason, which left nobody in charge of the office. Expecting the usual early finish, everybody had completed their work by 4 p.m., but having not received any word from the owners, we hung on. At around 4:50 p.m., and with nothing else to do, we collectively decided, F it, and we lock up and go home. Apparently, at about 4:51 p.m., Nigel had tried to call the office, probably to tell us to go home, but of course we'd already left. Monday morning, every one of us was called into the main office, given a bollocking, and told that a planned upcoming social event was now cancelled. It was probably cancelled already anyways, but why not use it as a punishment? Also, they said that our wages were going to be docked for leaving early. Now, here in the UK, it's very naughty to make deductions from a salary unless it's for a legally mandated reason. Taxes, national insurance, student loans, etc. So, I didn't think that this last threat would actually happen. We were paid weekly, so I didn't have to wait long to find out, but sure enough, that Friday, there was a deduction from my wages as well as the wages of everyone else on the media team. I approached the owners about it, but I was basically given the same speech that I was given on Monday. The law has been a particular interest of mine, and it still is. And while I'm no lawyer or any kind of expert, I know enough to stand up for myself and those around me. And so, with the backing of the rest of the media team, I sent what may be considered a notice before action just prior to leaving on Friday. The notice before action was a formally worded email to both owners stating my grievance, the illegal deduction from salary, and my proposed resolution. The repayment of the deducted salary in our next paycheck, along with a formal apology to everyone on the team. Failure to do so would mean the engagement of legal services. On Monday morning, the owners arrived late, and instead of Nigel's customary visit to the media room to ask how we were, that is to say, making sure we were slaving away, they both retreated directly to their office and shut the door. This was shortly followed by an email to all of us stating that, due to my threat and after taking legal advice, they had been told to cease direct communication with any of us until the matter was resolved. The resolution that they wanted was for me to make a full apology to them and to agree that my salary should remain deducted. All communication should be via email. Now, I'm reasonably sure that they hadn't gotten any actual legal advice on the matter, and if they had, it was garbage. First off, a decent lawyer would have told them they were idiots for doing what they did and to just give the money back and apologize. Secondly, because the entire point of a notice before action is to try to find a resolution before taking any legal action, by closing up shop in this manner, they practically forced a legal engagement. My belief is that they were simply trying to call my bluff, and they didn't think that I would take this any further. They reinforced this by adding to their email that any further communication about the deduction from our wages would have to come from my legal representation. I, of course, was not bluffing, and I complied with their request. What they didn't know was that a member of my family was not only educated in employment law, but also a union rep at another company. So, by the end of the day, a legally drafted letter arrived on the owner's desk laying out the illegalities of what had happened as well as the expected timeline of events moving forward. Within 30 days, we were to have a formal meeting between the owners and myself, with me entitled to have legal representation present in that meeting, and with the expectation that my demands were to be met since they had no defense. Should that not occur, this would be going to a tribunal, or maybe even full court, with the company liable for expenses. This was a slam dunk, so they would end up with a relatively hefty bill. Instead of folding, as I expected them to do, this led to them doubling down on their stupidity. Their door was permanently shut, with very little direct communication between the whole media team and the owners, with all communication being done mostly by email or via Rachel or James. At this point, Rachel and James, who were obviously on good terms with Nigel, became openly hostile towards me. For example, Rachel would make everybody in the office a coffee in the morning. Now, it was everybody except me. Seemingly, neither the owners nor Rachel or James seemed to understand that I had the full backing of the rest of the team. The rest of the team didn't have the know-how or the will to fight it themselves, but they were aware of the downhill trajectory of the working environment and that my actions were preventing the bosses from making the workplace even more toxic. Now, the environment had become exceptionally toxic and nobody wanted to be there. Everyone in the media team, including me, started actively looking for different employment. If I remember correctly, the deadline for the meeting came and went, so my representative sent another formal letter to my employer stating that this would be going to tribunal. This letter also stated that I would be leaving the company immediately and I would be claiming constructive dismissal due to the actions of the owners, James, and Rachel, which had all been logged over the previous weeks. By dragging things out so much, all they really did was give me an opportunity to log all these extra cases of workplace bullying. Receiving this letter was the last straw, and their resolve was broken. An apology was sent via email, along with a promise that the money would be returned to our next paycheck. I had had enough, however, and I immediately handed in my notice, which I believe was 4 weeks. I hadn't found another job yet, but I decided to move to the city anyway and go freelance. Before my notice period ended, the junior designer also handed her notice in, also to go freelance. And within a few months of me leaving, the junior developer and senior designer did the same. The business owned by Jeff and Nigel was essentially dead, with many of their existing clients seeking us out to continue doing work for them on a freelance basis. I learned that Jeff and Nigel eventually had a falling out, with Jeff resigning as a director and becoming CTO at another tech company. Nigel renamed and rebranded the old company and attempted to carry on somehow. But to this day, the examples of work on their webpage are still the ones that we made 15 years ago. Most of his examples aren't actually his clients anymore or are defunct. I also learned, as we'd all suspected, that Jeff wanted nothing to do with the wage deductions. although I'm not sure how hard he fought against it. Looking at the public details of the businesses that Nigel now owns, it's clear that none of them make any money, and his travel and photography blog stopped being updated a few years ago. Nigel's plans to retire early and travel the world are probably now permanently on hold, as is his penchant for a new car every few months. And what was the amount deducted from our wage that caused Nigel to lose his business? $6.80. OP, that was the most expensive $7 I've ever heard of in my entire life. Bravo, OP. Our next Reddit post is from Epic Winterwolf. This happened about 30-odd years ago, and my mother recounted it recently during a family dinner. So, back in the 1990s, my mom worked for this big-time company as an accountant. We'll call the company Company W. Her boss, the head of finance, was a sleazy guy. And despite being semi-wealthy and married with kids, he always tried to pick up younger women in the office. Eventually, after several years, my mom, being the amazing accountant that she is, noticed small irregularities in several statements. I don't know the technical terms, but Mom realized that someone was embezzling the company's money for at least a couple of decades. Concerned, she brought it up with the head of finance, who proceeded to demean her, call her names, botch her claim, and basically threatened to fire her if she brought it up again. My mother is not one to start crying, and instead sought to prove him wrong. However, a couple of months later, the head of finance brought in a new lady who was young, blonde, and fresh out of college to train under my mom. My mother instantly knew what this was and started putting out feelers for a new job. In the meanwhile, she trained the younger lady who, to quote my mom, was not the brightest bulb. Now, Company W had a policy when an employee was going to be fired. If the employee was being fired, they would be allowed to say that they quit to be able to give their week's notice and get pay. It was a fair policy. So one day, Mom was summoned by the head of finance and told that he was firing her. She quickly counteracted and used the policy to her advantage, which angered the head of finance, but he had to comply. And the malicious compliance that I know you're waiting for? The head of finance told my mother in a rather rude way that since she was going about it that way, she might as well do an exit interview. My mother had a light bulb moment and said to him, in that case, she would. It's worth noting that an exit interview is a formal way of leaving a job, kind of like an interview for getting the job in the first place. It's a way for employees to share their experience and explain why they're leaving and explain everything to HR. You can see where this is going. So, my mom was scheduled for an exit interview. When she went in, my mother had to, of course, bring in files related to her work and show it to the interviewer. My mom brought in 3 large boxes of files, each one containing evidence of the embezzlement. She then presented it to the interviewer, who my mom told me was rather stunned, and proceeded to hand over all the evidence and proceed with her exit, including talking about the head of finance's reaction to her revelation that there was embezzlement going on and how not long after, the new lady was brought in to replace her. Mom then left the company that day, got new employment, and moved on. It was a decade later that my mom learned what happened. My dad was a delivery driver at the time and actually made a delivery to Company W. While he was there, he talked with an employee, mentioned my mom had worked there and how she left, and the employee told him quite a juicy story. In the year following my mom's departure, her evidence was brought to HR and the CEO, who ordered an internal investigation. Hidden cameras were placed in the accounting division, and every file was screened and photocopied. Tiny details were scrutinized, and bank records were triple-checked. I think you can see where this is going. Yep, the head of finance was embezzling from Company W. But it gets better. They catch this guy on camera making out with the new girl inside the main office after hours. To add insult to injury, the cameras also caught him being cruel to those under him, touching other women, etc. But the biggest thing was still the embezzlement. The head of finance managed to, in over 30 years, steal over $1 million in Company W's earnings. It started when he was merely an accountant and continued up through all of his promotions. Now, my dad wasn't able to learn the exact way that this guy embezzled so much money, but he did learn the fallout. The head of finance was summoned to the Big Cheese's office the day after the evidence was compiled, and let's just say the head of finance wished he had simply been fired. He was arrested for the embezzlement, the sexual misconduct, and a few other things my dad can't recall. The new girl who came in actually revealed that he had brought her in after he started dating her, and he even revealed to her what he was doing. Her job, basically, was to help him cover it up so they could live the rich life. She didn't even know what accounting was, other than managing money. The perfect cover, so to speak. And if the now ex-head of finance thought that being arrested and charged was bad enough, then his wife found out. The employee who told my dad this hadn't been present when the wife came in while the head of finance had been let out, but a friend of his had seen what happened. Apparently, the wife had gone up to the guy, slapped him in the face, and started screaming obscenities at him, then saying that she'll be seeing him in court for a divorce. While my dad couldn't learn exactly what happened next, it was clear that this guy's life was ruined. And my mom, while not a vindictive person by any means, did feel somewhat joyful over that outcome. The lesson to be learned here: never screw with an accountant who actually knows what they're doing. Oh my god, imagine being fired, arrested, and divorced the same day. I almost want to feel bad for him if not for the fact that he completely deserved it. Out of curiosity, I looked up the penalty for embezzlement, and it varies pretty significantly by state. However, one thing that's true across all these states is that the penalties rack up really quickly. For example, in Idaho, if you embezzle more than $10,000, you can have up to 20 years in prison. Meanwhile, in Illinois, if you embezzle between $10,000 and $100,000, you can get 3 to 7 years in prison. So suffice to say, embezzling more than $1 million, we're looking at least a decade in jail. That was r/malicious compliance, and if you like this content, check out my Patreon where I publish extra episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/pro revenge, where a bully has his life completely and utterly destroyed. Our next Reddit post is from the lighter side. My now ex-wife and I, Kate, moved into an apartment in 2010. The house as a whole was a renovated townhouse split between two sides with 2 apartments on the bottom and 2 apartments upstairs. I wasn't the biggest fan of this apartment since the building was much older than I'd ever lived in, but I quickly adjusted to the wood creaking throughout the night. On the initial walkthrough, we noticed that the only problem was that there was a dip in the bathroom ceiling. The landlord, Jay, promised us that he would get it fixed ASAP. 1 year to the day that we moved in there was a loud crash at 4 a.m. The bathroom ceiling had collapsed, and there was tiling and wood all over the floor and in the bathtub. Now, Kate was typically the aggressive one, while I was more passive and laid back. So my wife kept calling Jay throughout the day. When she got in touch with him at around 9 p.m., she explained what happened and insisted that it be fixed immediately. Jay rebuffed, yelling that his girlfriend was a lawyer and that he didn't need to do anything. Now, this is where I got mad. I went outside to have a cigarette and to calm myself down. I feigned a relaxed demeanor, and at first, he began trying to talk to me as a bro and kept saying, "Dude, I'm gonna get someone out there, but it's gonna take a few weeks." When he couldn't sway me that way, he began yelling about his girlfriend and her knowing the law. What he was unaware of was that I had read the tenant laws in my state, and so, as he tried to lie, I waited until he finished. And I then recited the law stating that if an apartment was considered uninhabitable, then the landlord needed to pay for the tenant to stay in a place until it was resolved. Meaning he would have to pay for us to stay in a hotel of our choosing every night until the ceiling was fixed. He tried to say that our upstairs neighbor Phil was a superintendent, but he wasn't sure if he could get him down there that night. He placed me on hold, then came back a few minutes later and said that Phil and his girlfriend were out of state. I rang Phil's doorbell and asked him, with Jay on the speakerphone, if he was the assigned super. Phil laughed and said no. Dejected, Jay said that he would have people out there the next day. Previously, he had said they were busy for at least 3 weeks. There's more to this incident, but it leads to 2 conclusions. 1, if you're gonna lie, then there has to be consistency in your lie, and make sure that the people you lie to don't communicate with each other. 2, this is where a feud started between me and my Kate versus him and his mother. She was the original landlord and gave the house to Jay so that he could make some side profit. Fast forward to a year later. Jay stopped coming to the house and his mom began doing the pickups. Around this time, my ex and I had been laid off and we were working with Social Security for food, health, and housing insurance. We were approved for all 3 in April, but we wouldn't get the check until May. When the typical check wasn't in the landlord's mailbox, he immediately gave a summons saying that he was taking us to court for eviction. The day we went to court, Jay had no lawyer, and going before the judge, here's a summation of how the case went. The judge said, "Does the defense have a means to pay within 90 days of non-payment?" We said, "Yes, Your Honor," and we handed over paperwork showing that he'll be reimbursed for April and May. "I see no problem. They're breaking no laws." "Why are we here?" Jay said, "Well, Your Honor, they've been bullying. I don't care. Unless they're breaking the law, this case is dismissed." Suffice it to say, Jay and his mother were not happy. Around this time in my life, things were tumultuous. My mother, who had been battling lung cancer for 4.5 years, succumbed to it in June. This happened at roughly the same time that his mom came knocking looking for payment. I explained that I would leave the check in the mailbox when we got back from the funeral home and to please just respect my right to mourn. She took her fingers and began rubbing them together, pretending to play the world's smallest violin. I will never forget what she said next. "Oh, my mommy just died. Woe is me. She probably had it coming. I don't care if your entire family is dead. I want my money." She smiled smugly, proud with what she had just said. I saw red and my heart jumped into my throat. I went, grabbed the check, and handed it to her in absolute shock that anyone would say something so screwed up. She'd finally managed to push a button that very few people I've known throughout my life have gotten close to pressing. I went into rage mode, but not in the way that you would expect. We were always told that if a health inspector came by, to not open the door. I waited until August since that was the month before the lease was going to run out, and we knew that they wouldn't extend a renewal. I walked up the block to town hall to ask for a health inspection of our property. It was scheduled for several days later. Now, it's important to know several things. 1, I was friends with all the tenants. Phil had moved out with his fiancée, but the new tenant was a really cool girl around my age named Danny. Tom and Hannah on the other side of the downstairs floor had moved out in July, and Jay was still looking to fill it. The only one who wanted to stay out of this was Rose on the upper right apartment. I'd gotten permission from Danny to use her spare key to let the inspector into her apartment, and I knew that I could use the back staircase on the right side to let the inspector into Tom's now vacant apartment. I also knew that Danny was moving out in September, a month after Kate and myself. The inspector came, and it was glorious. He checked the exterior of the house first, noting that wires were exposed, and there was an old empty dryer along with other odd clutter in the backyard. I brought him inside the shared entrance, and just as I'd hoped, he noticed that the last inspection date was 1994. 18 years ago. This meant that for each year that Jay didn't have an inspection, there would be appropriate fines. In our apartment, we had black mold growing in our bathroom, and the bubble in the ceiling had begun to regrow to problematic proportions. Upstairs, Danny's apartment was suffering from leaks in the ceiling, and it looked like her bathroom ceiling was also on the brink of collapsing. We then went to the basement. The boiler was on the verge of exploding. There were flammable items along with gasoline and a pack of matches sitting right next to it. 2 things I didn't know was, 1, the fire door that separated the 2 sides didn't close all the way, rendering it moot. 2, on the right side of the basement there was a toilet that had blown up. It had coated the surrounding walls, and the leakage prevented us from going up the floor via the right side. The entire time, the inspector was photographing and writing constantly. We stepped outside and he said he needed to come back. When I asked why, he said that he had run out of space to write down all the infractions. He had filled up the front and had written an entire page on the back portion. I kindly and coyly asked, "Well, how much will it cost right now?" He scratched his head and said, "Around 20 to 30K from what I can see, but it's probably going to be higher as this house was never licensed to be split into apartments." I thanked him, and he said he was going to come back with the county inspector. So we moved out at the end of August, but I got the updates from Rose. Because Jay was the current owner, he was the one who had to pay all the fines, and no one new could move into the empty apartments until everything was up to code. Since 3 out of the 4 apartments were vacant, he was losing $4,500 in potential rent. He handed the property back to his mother and had to file for bankruptcy. Now, here's the other thing. Every time an old tenant left and a new one was coming in, an inspection was supposed to be done. Now that all the financial burden fell on her, they looked into the records and she was fined for each time that she had broken that rule, $750 per year. By the end of the year, Rose had moved out, and so the place was hemorrhaging money. I sat back, proud of what I'd done, and left it be. No, screw that. I wasn't even close to done yet. I felt like I'd destroyed Jay, but my real target had always been his mom. I learned that she had 8 properties throughout 3 towns in my county. I went to each one, spoke to the tenants, and said that I was a concerned tenant from another property and asked if they had any problems with their apartments. Every single person that I asked described the apartment in very poor to intolerable levels and that the mom was effectively a slumlord. She would ignore problems unless someone turned to litigations. She was threatened that they would summon the inspector, or more often than not, the people would just move out. She'd refuse to refund their deposit and sink that money into cosmetic repairs so the apartment looked nicely furnished. People rarely fought back because she knew that the occupants were usually lower class minorities. So, being the concerned person that I was, I went to the inspector of the other 2 towns and asked for an inspection to be done on these properties. It turns out that she faced pretty much the same infractions on every other apartment that she owned. It turned out she actually had 12 apartments, but I initially only knew about the ones that fell within my county. The remaining properties in the next county over were given a mysterious heads up to perform a surprise inspection. From what I can tell, Jay's mom had been in the landlord business for about 35 to 40 years. That collapsed quickly. Since we moved literally 1 block down the road from our old place, I got to see Jay lose his primary source of income and have to claim bankruptcy. But I also saw that his mother was desperately trying to find a buyer for all of the apartments so she could pay off all of her fines. I learned 2 years later that she, too, had to file for bankruptcy. Jay and his mother camped out in front of our next apartment for 2 days in October of 2013 before she filed for bankruptcy. I'm guessing just to scream at me and or Kate. So I called the cops and said that there were strange people standing in a no parking zone and they kept looking up at the 2nd floor. A cruiser swung by and told them to leave. I know I should have spent those 2 months that I spent dealing with this to find a job, but this was the one and only time that I wanted to cripple a person where they hurt most, their wallets. I think I got my point across. None of this would have happened if you had just effing fixed the ceiling before it collapsed, Jay. OP, when Jay and his mom were trying to yell at you from the parking lot, you should have just stuck your hand out the window and played them the world's smallest violin. Our next Reddit post is from Lord's Thor. I was working as a civilian with the US military overseas, and I lived off base in an apartment complex popular among the US military. One morning, I accidentally hit another soldier's vehicle. Upon exiting my vehicle, I noticed that both of our vehicles were what you'd call a hoopty. A hoopty is an old car that's pretty beat up and has been passed around from service member to service member, and they generally sell for like $1,000 to $2,000. I also recognized that I was at fault for the accident. It was a very minor accident. His rear bumper was dented in slightly, but I could hear both of our cars still running. I approached the driver who had already gotten out and he was in uniform, and I apologized. And I said if it was alright with him, I'd like to negotiate a payment that I'll pay him in cash and we won't have to involve the authorities. I wanted to keep this simple. I'll be honest, the accident was so minor, I honestly expected him to say, "Nah man, it's good." But even if he wanted some money, I'd have paid him. I've always been of the opinion that if you have a fender bender and you can negotiate agreeable terms between both parties, it's best to not involve insurance or the police. He told me he wanted to call the police. I said we could call the police or we could go to base together and I could give him $300. He said that wasn't enough, so I upped my offer to $500. Then he proceeded to punch me in the face. It was a sucker punch. Then he got into his car and took off, and in the process nearly ran me over. Now, I have a black box in my car which recorded everything. I went to the provost marshal office on the base, which is sort of like our police station, and reported the accident and the assault and showed the MP the footage. They used the footage to find his license plate and track him down. I was also asked if I wanted to involve the local authorities and press criminal charges off base. Honestly, I felt like the soldier would learn his lesson if I let the military court handle this, and I said not at this time, but I was told that it was still an option. The end result was the soldier in question got 60 days of extra duty, reduction in rank, and forfeited a portion of his paycheck. Essentially, if he accepted his punishment, this would have been the end of the whole ordeal. Honestly, at this point, I assumed that our little ordeal was over. Well, a few days after his punishment was handed out, which was not long after the incident itself, I was in the commissary, which is sort of like our grocery store shopping, when the soldier who assaulted me saw me and began to insult me. I told him he needed to calm down, that he should learn his lesson. He told me I was a wussy who didn't know how to take a punch, and I reminded him that I held back on destroying his life. He told me that he's already been punished and I can't touch him again. Then he left me be. A store employee witnessed the entire encounter, and I got the employee's details and reported this interaction to his command. His commander told me that he'd been ordered to not interact with me and would take action. His commander also recommended me that I involve the local authorities, since his soldier obviously isn't learning his lesson. So I did. I contacted an attorney. The attorney was unsure if we could successfully sue the soldier and said that he would need a cash payment to take the case. Honestly, I was mad and I wanted to teach this guy a lesson. I agreed, and it was not cheap. To keep this story short, we ended up in a court off base. We presented our evidence. The soldier in question had decided to represent himself. Several times in the court, he had outbursts. The judge ended up granting me a judgment of approximately $50,000. When the judgment was given, the soldier called the judge a son of a B word and that the army would cover for him. So the judge changed his judgment to $80,000. And the judge then asked me if I also wanted to press charges against the soldier in criminal court. Honestly, it was obvious that this guy wasn't learning his lesson, so I told the judge that I did want to pursue criminal charges in addition to the judgment. My lawyer later advised me that if I ever wanted to see that money, I should pursue an international hold. With my judgment, it's likely that a judge would grant me an international hold. An international hold is basically where this soldier wouldn't be allowed to leave this country until I was paid my $80,000. Also, he told me that according to the agreement between the US military and the host country, the US military would honor the international hold. Basically, the US military would not protect him or move him out of the country to avoid punishment. Honestly, by this point, I had paid my lawyer thousands of dollars, and I honestly didn't feel like paying thousands of dollars and getting nothing for it, so I said yes and want to go forward with the international hold. About a month later, the international hold was granted and the US military was informed of this. 2 months after that, the criminal case was over and the soldier was sentenced to 90 days in jail. By this point, the soldier had been moved onto the base into his barracks by his commander. I remember the day I was informed the MPs handed him over to the local authorities to begin his 90-day jail sentence. Did I mention he still owed me $80K? I heard nothing for a year, and then one day I got a call from his commander. His commander wants me to make a statement in regards to the case. I go in and make the statement. During the statement, I find out that the US military is in the process of chaptering the soldier out of the US military. The commander also informed me that he was close to coming up with the money to pay me so that he could have the international hold lifted. The commander also asked me if my lawyer would be willing to make a statement. I contacted my lawyer, who also made a statement about the facts of the case. A few weeks later, his ex-wife contacted me. When this all started, I knew that he was married, but I guess his wife decided to divorce him. She informed me that her ex-husband had the money and needed the details on how to pay me. I provided her the details, and a few days later, I got the payment, and I contacted his ex-wife to inform her that I'd been paid. She then asked me to send a receipt so he could have the international hold lifted and returned to the States. I asked her how he got the money, and she said that he maxed out his credit, and also had his family help out. Also, during this conversation, I'd found out that the army had chaptered him out of the military. I sent her the receipt, and that was the last I ever heard from his side. I took his $80,000 and bought myself a brand new car and used the rest of the money as a down payment for an investment property. The best thing about this story is that at one point, OP was about to pay this guy $500. But instead this guy's like, nope, I'd rather punch you in the face and then lose $80,000 and my job and my wife. What an absolute idiot. That was r/pro revenge, and if you like this content, then check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where a sexist boss gets exactly what he asks for. Our next Reddit post is from Dr. Medbay B-Word. Background: I work in a fast-paced healthcare environment where every minute counts, and I have both male and female coworkers on my shift. We have lockers with opaque doors where we're allowed to store our things. When I'm in the office area, I leave mine unlocked for easy access, and I've started keeping a box of tampons in my locker. I've told my female coworkers if they're in a hurry and need a tampon, they're welcome to just open my locker and take one, no problem. I got called into my boss's office the other day because a male coworker of mine complained that me keeping tampons in my locker was disgusting, and he hated that he could see the box whenever my locker was opened. My boss, a male, told me that some men were really sensitive to this type of thing and that I should try hiding them in a different type of box so I wouldn't offend my coworkers. I asked what the point of this was because my coworkers would see someone reaching into a cracker box or whatever and taking out a tampon instead of food anyway. My boss got all huffy and told me that it was for the best and that I needed to do it. Well, fine. I made a cover for my tampon box that said, Mother Earth's bloody nutrient bars with extra gooey nutritious filling, with a photo of a bloody bathtub and placed it on the box. That was 2 days ago, and I saw the male coworker open my locker, trying to be sneaky, and he paled when he read the box. Got all angry, and I received an email from my boss that my cover wasn't funny and that I need to take it down. So, I emailed our HR person a copy of the email, as well as a summary of what happened in the photos of the lockers, the box, and the cover. I also suggested that my male coworker sit somewhere where he didn't have a direct line of sight to my locker if it really offended him so much. The HR person thought it was freaking hilarious and said that I followed my supervisor's instructions, and so I was fine. Nothing else has been done yet, and I'm mostly angry that my time was spent on something as stupid as this and not on patient work. Just the layers of entitlement on this guy. Imagine being grossed out by tampons in 2020. Imagine getting upset about what someone puts into their private locker. Imagine breaking into someone else's locker and then getting offended about what they put in that private locker. And then, to top it all off, these people work in medical care. OP was kind of vague, but I'm just gonna guess that they're nurses or something similar to nurses, so why would you get grossed out by tampons as a nurse? Some people are just beyond stupid. Our next Reddit post is from Cosmos of Time. I worked at a fast food restaurant, and we had a scanner machine to check if money was real or not. One day, I touched the machine's sensor and noticed that it still scanned my hand as money. I did this with paper as well and concluded that the machine was broken. During the same shift, I had the one manager who did nothing but sit on her butt all day and only help us with orders if we were behind orders by 20 minutes. I tell her about the machine, and she says she'll check it out later. See, I'm supposed to scan $10 and $20 bills, but for $50 and $100 bills, I have to give the bill to the manager to check. A few hours go by, and she still hasn't checked the machine. And by this point, I'm checking every bill that's $10 or $20 by holding it up to the light, which can be seen as rude to a customer. One customer complains to me and calls my manager over. This customer complained how I was discriminating against her. I wasn't, and I shouldn't be checking a $10 bill like she's a criminal. Instead of defending me, my manager began yelling at me in front of this customer. I told her the machine was broken and I needed to check each bill, the same I would if the machine was working. My manager then, without even checking the machine, said to just use the machine and said, "Who would even use a counterfeit on a $10 or $20 bill?" I decided the argument wasn't worth $9 an hour and just complied. I quickly scanned every bill until I saw two women acting really shady. The first woman handed me a $20 bill that was obviously fake. I didn't even have to check it. It felt and looked like paper. I decided I would just follow orders and scan it. Since the machine checked it off, I put the cash in the register. The second customer came and handed me a similar counterfeit bill. I did the same thing. Later, when my shift was about to end, my manager counted my drawer and found the two counterfeit bills and freaked out at me. I zoned out for it, but most of it consisted of her calling me dumb for not noticing this obvious counterfeit and how I'm gonna get fired. Well, what actually happened was the regional and general managers called me over to fire me before I told them the story. They then checked the cameras and listened to our conversation about the machine being broken. Then concluded that the manager was in the wrong for 1, not letting me check the bills, and 2, telling me to use the machine that I explained was broken. My manager was then fired, and I saw her working the cash register at a grocery store. Hopefully, she checks to see if she gets any counterfeit bills. Our next Reddit post is from Fresh Out of Patience. This was years ago, but it still makes me giggle. When I was 19, I got my first real office job. We weren't customer facing, so everyone dressed really casually. Jeans, tennis shoes, t-shirts. One day, my boss called me in to talk about the dress code. He said that he'd like his assistant to wear business attire like they do at the corporate office. I asked what he meant by that, and he said like little dresses with jackets. I felt icky, but didn't fully understand why for years. That night, my boyfriend, now my husband, took me to the store and I bought 5 outfits that exactly match my boss's attire. Old man jeans, cotton button-up shirts, and loafers. That's what I wore until I left the company. He couldn't say a damn thing and he never talked to me about dress code again. I now realize that I ruined his little fantasy and it makes me proud of my young self. Down in the comments, we have a similar story from Link Soul. This is kinda related. I'm living with my friend and her husband right now. Her husband told me that he wanted me to dress more feminine. I don't shave my armpits, so I thought it would be hilarious to wear a completely feminine outfit that also showed off this fact. He never asked me to dress feminine again, lol. Our next Reddit post is from Laurel Laureate. My friend, who's Vietnamese, gets told, "Speak English, you're in America," all the frickin' time. It got quite annoying to him, so he eventually decided to do something about it. He looked up the Native American tribe whose tribe was originally on the land where he lives, went to the tribe's cultural center, told the elderly grandma working there that he was tired of being told to speak English in America, and had her teach him how to say white person in the language, as well as some other curse words and whatnot. Apparently, this made that Native American granny's weak because she went all out and really taught him quite a lot. And ever since then, anytime some racist tells him to speak English in America, he says, "Well, why don't you speak the Native American tribe's language? After all, we're in the Native American tribe's lands." You damn white people. The shocked Pikachu face he gets in response never gets old. They completely freeze up for a few seconds before responding in entertaining ways such as gasping for air or pointing their finger angrily or just turning and walking away, lol. Eventually, word spread among my group of friends, and quite a few of them are always chomping at the bit to get their chance to use this response. Every time some of them finally does, they immediately announce it to everyone they know, and it never really gets old. Our next Reddit post is from Leben the Great. I used to work as a supervisor of a security team at a large industrial facility. I had a good relationship with the manager, we'll call him Dave, until he appointed his friend as middle manager, we'll call him Steve, between the supervisors and himself. I didn't have a good relationship with Steve at all, and suddenly, Dave started rejecting ideas, suggestions, and requests out of hand. The friendly guy that I used to go and have sit-down chats with regularly became standoffish and outwardly hostile at times. The staff all noticed this as well, and would frequently comment that they didn't know what I'd done to Dave and Steve, but it was clear that I was being bullied all of a sudden. It's entirely fair to say that I couldn't do anything right in their eyes, and every little thing I did or didn't do resulted in a lengthy email conversation with Dave and Steve. There's a lot that I could add to this, but for the sake of brevity, I'm going to move on to the point of my story. The site that we had to patrol was about 5 square miles, so vehicles were provided so that we could patrol effectively and carry equipment and personnel to required locations. Part of my duties at the start of the shift was ensuring that the vehicles hadn't been damaged on the previous shift and that all vehicles had the required level of equipment in them. The first patrol went out the moment our shift started, and as this was a regulatory requirement, it couldn't be delayed or skipped. This was the start of a night shift, and so it was dark, very dark. We did have maglite flashlights, but after 6 years of use and abuse, they weren't exactly brilliant. I didn't see any damage, so I recorded that the vehicles were okay and recorded the mileage on our check sheets. The next night when I came in, I had a very angry and tone email from Dave demanding to know why my team had damaged one of the vehicles on the previous night. Apparently, the vehicle looked as if it had been reversed into a wall. I immediately went to check the vehicle and found 2 extremely small divots in the rear bumper. I found them not by looking, but by feeling the bumper. I simply couldn't see them at all using the light available to me at the time. I then went and asked all my team, and all of them insisted that they hadn't even used the vehicle. I went and checked the vehicle sheets and found, true to my team's word, that the mileage on the day shift sheets was identical to the night shift sheet. The vehicle hadn't been moved. I sent an email back to Dave informing him that the vehicle hadn't been used by us and apologized for missing the damage. However, lighting had made that extremely difficult. This was my last shift before my scheduled days off, so I was certain that Steve would be pushing Dave to punish me for something by the time I got back. Sure enough, on my first day back in, I was summoned to Dave's office for what we British politely refer to as a bollocking. Dave insisted that he could see the damage in the dark and could actually spot it from about 10 meters away. For context, all of my guys had been shown the damage and all of them, without fail, had said, "Where?" when I pointed out the damage at close range. Not only that, but there was now additional damage that I hadn't spotted and my team was also now responsible for. Luckily, my boss had included a photograph of the damage that I'd missed. OP included a photo of the damage, and it looks like just a random picture of part of a car. I mean, I guess you could say that there's like a really tiny scratch kind of in the corner, but it looks like just general wear and tear from just using a car. So I'm with OP on this one. See that light scratch? No, me neither. For Dave and Steve, however, this was good enough to be punitive towards me and my team, and I was told that unless a culprit was found, I would be held personally responsible and would have to pay the insurance excess to get it fixed. Dave also insisted that the lighting was more than sufficient to spot the damage on the vehicles. I told Dave that this was ridiculous and he couldn't enforce financial penalties on a vehicle that had, again, not been used by my team. Dave was insistent though. It was my job to report 100% of the damage on the vehicles or I would be held responsible. And at this point, something clicked in my mind. And luckily, Dave decided to back up his instructions with an email that Steve was CC'd into. The next shift, I refused to allow my team to use the vehicles until they had all been fully checked. Inside, outside, underneath, mechanically, and equipment levels. Each vehicle took about 2 hours. I photographed every single small bit of damage that I found, no matter how insignificant or whether it had been previously reported. Remember, the instruction was to report 100% of damage, not 100% of unreported damage. And then I sent it all in an email to Dave with a text description of the nature and location of the damage for each photograph. There were 162 photographs in total. The first patrol couldn't be skipped, and so I had to send out one of my officers on foot to patrol the site. This meant the site patrol took nearly 3 hours, and he wasn't available to fulfill other duties afterwards. It's worth noting at this point that my team was viewing this as a direct attack against them rather than just me, so they were fully supportive of the measures I was taking. This resulted in the site shift manager demanding answers, to which I was able to tell the shift manager about Dave's instructions and why I was having to send officers out on foot. I had, and still do have, a great relationship with all the site shift managers, and so while he was frustrated, he understood the predicament I'd been put in, especially when the instructions were shown to him in black and white. This resulted in a financial penalty for my company. Dave was off the next day, so I did the exact same thing again, with the exact same amount of photographs, but all taken again on a fresh inspection. The following night shift, I came to work to find Dave waiting for me in the office. I was allowed to finish my handover with the outgoing supervisor before Dave shut the door and refused to let me leave before he had discussed why he had received multiple emails over 800 megabytes in total. I didn't compress or reduce the size of the photos, and how the company had received a financial penalty and the regulatory body was coming to speak to him. I reminded him that he had demanded that I report 100% of the damage on the vehicles and that this had taken time. I couldn't allow any member of the team to use any vehicle until they had been checked, since there could be financial penalties involved. Dave frustratedly pointed out that many of the pictures were too dark to see anything anyways, so most of the photographs were pointless. I apologized for the lighting, but pointed out that he said the lighting was more than sufficient to spot any damage, and so he should be able to easily see the damage that I had reported. Dave insisted that I had deliberately misinterpreted his instructions and he would be taking it to a disciplinary. I informed him that this was no problem. If he could just let me know the date and time, I would inform my union rep, who had been fully appraised of the situation, and was 100% behind my suggestion that I report every single tiny bit of damage on the vehicles. Dave was ultimately left with no choice but to drop any attempts to discipline me and left Steve to deal with me from that point on. Steve then took up the role of disciplinarian for the next 3 months until I left the job. However, every time he tried, I was able to shut it all down due to briefings with my union rep. I left the job in February of 2019 and still to this day receive compliments from members of the staff who remained there about how terrible the job had gotten due to Dave and Steve. OP, I'm guessing that the reason they were bullying you is because they had one of their buddies ready to take over your position as soon as you stepped out. But I'm glad you got some form of revenge because these people deserved it. Our next Reddit post is from Monster Lamb. This happened a few years ago. I was a manager and bouncer at a very busy local bar, and it was my job to cut people off and or bounce them if needed. I was in the process of cutting a woman off, and she became very belligerent. Since this was also a karaoke bar, she just so happened to be called to the stage while I was in the middle of cutting her off. She marches past me and stumbles onto the stage. I have the karaoke host cut her music off and continue to the next singer. I go to the stage and escort the lady off. To be clear, I did not touch her at this moment. I'm a broad 5'9" woman and my boots add 1.5 inches, so this very short woman complied rather easily. Until she continued to argue with me after the fact. She didn't want to leave and ended up punching me in the face. I put my arms around her, picked her up and headed towards the front door, at which time she grabbed the protective glass cover on the hose stand and shattered it all over the ground. Once she was outside, she was yelling and screaming that I had assaulted her and threatened to call the police to have me arrested. I quickly grabbed a business card for her and said, "Our address is on the card just to make sure you call the cops to the right place." They arrived and asked me who they needed to address. They arrested her. I'm certain they just put her in the drunk tank for the night. Down in the comments, we have this story from Wadadish. My son is a bouncer at a local sports bar. He's 6'5" and about 240 pounds. He tells me the easiest way to get a drunk girl out of a bar is to offer her a piggyback ride. He takes her outside and dumps her on the bench outside, and she's done. That was r/malicious compliance, and if you like this content, then check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where you always have to be careful what you wish for. Our first Reddit post is from LBR. So I work in a family-run pet shop, and it's just the owner, a husband and wife in their late 50s, and me, a 22-year-old female. My boss is an explosive man, and when he's very stressed, he loses his cool randomly over small stuff. So anyway, he walked in one morning at 9 a.m. yelling, "That's it, enough phones now, I'm banning it, leave it in your van. Don't worry about the work Facebook page. I'll do it." I help run the Facebook page for the business too. I said, okay, no problem, and promptly went and put it in my van. I didn't think this was going to last long. I assumed a few days. 9:20 a.m. I'm feeding all the birds, hamsters, rabbits, guinea pigs, etc., and we give them fresh fruits and vegetables. I had brought some fruit that I bought myself, and he had some stuff as well. Some of this was fruit and vegetables that I hadn't fed the animals before. Lots of the animals have specific diets and things that they can't eat. So whenever we have new food, I Google and check which animals can eat it. I asked my boss, can all the animals eat asparagus? Can they eat cherries? His replies were, probably, or I don't know. So I asked if he would look it up. I proceeded with, can kakarikis eat asparagus? Can Gouldian finches eat asparagus? Can hamsters eat asparagus? Can budgies eat asparagus? Can Knorrs eat asparagus? And so on and so on and so on. Through the 50 or so different types and breeds of animals in the shop. Then, the same with cherries. We sort of got this done, but it wasted his time and mine when I could have done it really fast myself like I usually do. 9:45 a.m. Some new stock had arrived that he'd bought for the job on eBay, so no prices. Oh, can you look these up and see what they're selling for? We do this all the time. I say, of course, can I use your phone? Right, that's it. Just go and get your effing phone. It lasted 46 minutes. Older generation. Kids these days always have their faces in their phones. Why can't they just put their devices away for a few minutes? Also the older generation. Excuse me, young sir. I don't know what happened to my phone. Can you please fix it? What's a Google? How do I computer? Please help me. I don't know how to do this. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Quid 876. A few years ago, I worked in an office with some pretty strange and sucky rules. One such rule was that while we could apply for personal PTO, paid time off, for any reason, management needed a detailed summary of the reason before they would approve. This resulted in several instances of coworkers applying for PTO for things like funerals and birthdays and being told, The current project deadline is more important than your niece's birthday. Or, do you really need to attend your mother's cousin's funeral? That doesn't sound pressing. It was a really toxic system that resulted in some turnover from coworkers who were sick of being held hostage over PTO. Furthermore, both the department manager and the HR manager needed to sign off on the PTO request, which resulted in some really frustrating situations where one approved but the other didn't. It didn't help that the HR manager was a dick. Pretty much the only time you could expect to be approved was for court dates and important medical appointments. But you still needed to provide details, even if it happened to be a very personal medical or legal situation. This doesn't strike me as legal, but sadly, this isn't the first time I've run into this working in Texas. One more bit of context. My department manager was also a jerk. Without going into too much detail, he was a power-tripping sloth who liked to harass women, like me. Let's call him Jerk and the HR manager Dick. We all hated both of them. On to the malicious compliance. I had an important appointment with my psychiatrist coming up. My meds for anxiety and PTSD were not cutting the mustard anymore, and I was in a bad place mentally. I needed a med adjustment, so I took the soonest appointment available. Work would have to cope with a couple of hours without me. I submitted my PTO request to Jerk and Dick for approval. Given the intensely personal nature of the appointment, I left the details sparse. It was rejected. Both Jerk and Dick said in an email that I needed to give details about my appointment in accordance with company policy. Jerk had the nerve to call me into his office and chide me over my unacceptably terse PTO request. You know the rules. Why would you waste my time with such a brief request? You know I can't approve this, etc. I was pissed. But as I stood in my cubicle, it dawned on me that I could get back at Jerk and Dick merely by complying with their own rules. I formulated a plan. I sent an email to Dick and CC'd Jerk. Always cover your own butt, folks. I said, are you sure you need the details of my appointment? Are you positive? It's really personal. Both Dick and Jerk said, yes, we need the details of your PTO circumstances. You know the rules. I replied that it's very private. Are you sure I need to talk about it? We sent some emails back and forth until I was sure I had a solid paper trail. Then I decided, welp, if they really need my personal medical details, which I still think is illegal, but whatever, then I suppose I better give it to them. I submitted a new PTO request with all the relevant information that I was going to see my psychiatrist for an urgent appointment. I needed to be seen at the earliest possible time because I was having thoughts of hurting myself. Because I have PTSD from being passionately hugged against my will in foster care. I threw in some details about what my foster father did to me. How I went numb and used drugs to cope. How I was hospitalized as a teenager for a suicide attempt. I also screenshotted and emailed my request to a few of the higher-ups, saying my previous request was insufficient, so I wanted to make sure I got it right this time. I submitted it. There were no snippy emails this time, only approved appearing in green text next to my request in the system maybe 4 minutes after I submitted it. I blissfully went about my day, happy to have my PTO. Curiously, neither Jerk nor Dick emerged from their offices. The fallout. When I showed up for work at 8 the following day, I was immediately called into the VP's office. One of the higher managers and a woman that I recognized from legal were also present. VP politely asked me to sit and kindly explain the grotesque email I had sent out yesterday. He was a polite but rather out of touch older gentleman. So I made myself clear. I needed PTO for a very personal doctor's appointment, and my previous request was denied by both Jerk and Dick for being too brief. And Jerk even called me in his office to complain about my wasting his time. I didn't want to be rejected again, so I made sure my request was as detailed as possible. I also passed it on to management to verify that the level of detail was up to snuff when it came to corporate guidelines. And yes, I do have PTSD, it's all true. And they can reference my ADA paperwork in HR for more information. VP asked me a couple more brief questions. He then apologized for the hassle, said I was being credited some extra PTO for my trouble, and that the company would be reviewing its approach to the PTO approval process. I was then dismissed back to my desk. I received written apologies from Jerk and Dick that very morning, hand-delivered by a tense and rather petrified Jerk. I think legal put him up to it. Both Jerk and Dick went out of their way to avoid me for the remainder of my time at the company, which was a blessing. The few times we were forced to interact, they spoke very quickly and looked desperate to end the conversation. I guess my PTO request was a little too intense for them. Whatever the case, it was the end of Jerk's little power trip, at least with me personally. Also, that same morning, we received a company-wide email marked as important. There was a change in the PTO policy. Requests with regards to medical and other sensitive reasons no longer require detailed explanations effective immediately. Bonus, one of my friends in HR, well, not really a friend, but a woman who liked to discuss crocheting with me at the water cooler, showed me an internal email from Dick to all HR staff. Every PTO request from me personally was to be approved immediately and without question. I tested this later that summer by requesting a day off to watch Netflix. That's specifically what I put in the request field. I planned on quitting soon, so I was in a flippant mood. It was approved immediately. I think they had me flagged in their system. Truth be told, I could have probably taken a whole month off and gotten paid for it, but I didn't push my luck. I left my company for a much more tolerable, less toxic, higher paying job about 6 months later. And yes, my appointment went well and I'm doing better now. I started attending a trauma support group, met my SO, and I've been able to reduce the dose of one of my meds. And then we have this crazy contribution from I've been thinking too much down in the comments. I got such a chuckle out of this. Back when I worked in a kitchen, I walked in one day to a crowd gathered. A gal gleefully asked me when I lost my virginity. I said it was a while ago. No, tell us how old you were. You don't need to know. Don't be shy, just tell us. Well, I was passionately hugged against my will when I was 14. The crowd dispersed immediately. Our next Reddit post is from Tabizdi. I worked in an electricity retail call center. It was highly unionized, but the management tracked login times to the minute. One incredibly ridiculous thing they did was if you were a minute or two late, they would literally dock your pay by that many minutes. It wasn't really enough for us to notice, and I'm sure they didn't actually save any money. I mean, if you were 15 minutes late, I could understand not paying, but 3 minutes late? Well, eventually, the union discovered what they were doing and were completely pissed that they hadn't been consulted about this dick move. This is where their malicious compliance comes in. The union demanded log on and log off times for everyone in the call center. What management hadn't counted on was that all of us would often need to wrap up calls and clear the call queue before the call center could officially close. This often meant that operators would leave several minutes after their shift. On bad occasions, it could be 15 to 20 minutes delay before they could clock off, but mostly it was only a few minutes. The union made management recalculate everyone's pay for the year based on clock on and clock off time. They also pointed out that staying past end of shift triggered penalty rates. It turns out everyone, and I mean everyone, had spent more time wrapping up calls at the end of the day than they were late clocking on. Each of us got paid for lost wages at overtime rates. It cost them a fortune, and they never docked the pay of anyone who was late ever again. Why is it that if one person steals from another person, it's a crime and you can go to jail? If a worker steals from a company, it's embezzlement and you can really go to jail. But if a company steals from their employers, then if you're lucky, you get paid the money you were supposed to get paid anyways, and that's it. Our next Reddit post is from Very Nice Username. And for context in this story, OP is a gay male. I work at a grocery store. My boyfriend and me both buy our groceries there, and sometimes he'll see me and maybe wave or say hi. We don't chat or waste any time unless I also happen to be going on break. My department manager didn't know I was gay when he hired me, and he figured it out when he asked me who that guy that was waving to me was. He made a weird face. Not necessarily disgusted, but you get the point. Anyway, anytime my boyfriend would enter the store after that, he would keep his eye on him. Now, if he were to wave to me, my manager would start to berate me and try and make it out like I'm slacking, when I'm just stocking shelves and smiling in his direction. Nothing bad at all. He didn't care at all prior to learning he's my boyfriend. After a week, he has a private talk with me saying my boyfriend is causing too much of a distraction, and he shouldn't shop here while I'm on shift, and that if something didn't change, I might be let go. I was mad, told my boyfriend about it. He was even more mad. I didn't really want to make a big deal out of it though. This is a temp job, and I probably won't even have it longer than a year or two. So I decided to prank my manager instead of getting into legal or corporate stuff. We have other gay friends that shop there. Crazy enough, we look just like regular people, so no one would realize, including my manager. Sure, my boyfriend won't shop there, but what about other gay people? That shouldn't matter. He just doesn't want my significant other distracting me at work. So I mentioned what happened to my 5 friends, who mentioned it to their friends, and so on. My next shift, I bore witness to 30 extremely flamboyant and openly gay men and women flaunting their sexuality in the store. My manager was trying to hide in the back, but every customer needed the manager's assistance for the most mundane questions, lol. He ended up going home early, but after that shock, he actually stopped berating me for the past couple of months. He might just be happy that I'm not very open about my sexuality, so he can choose to ignore it. Is anyone else extremely impressed by how organized the gay community is? Also, I looked it up and the average American spends about $3,000 a year on groceries, times 30 friends, and that comes out to $90,000 a year in potentially lost revenue just because this guy's homophobic. Yo, if you guys are gonna pay me 90K, you can kiss whoever you want, wherever you want. That was r/malicious compliance. You can kiss whoever you want, wherever you want. Yo, if you guys are gonna pay me 90K, you can kiss whoever you want, wherever you want. That was r/malicious compliance. And if you're one of those viewers out there who don't actually watch my videos but only listen, then you might want to check out my podcast with the link down in the description. Also, if you want to support me and this channel, check out my merch store with the link in the description. Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where OP gets his sexist boss fired. This was about 20 years ago. I was working as an hourly manager at a popular American fast food place, franchise, not corporate. I'd been there several years and had accrued some vacation time. I requested a week off months in advance to go on a hunting trip a few states away with my dad, who taught me to shoot and hunt. The vacation time was approved by the general manager of the store and I booked the trip, non-refundable. A week before I was due to go on vacation, the head office decided to replace my general manager with one from a different store they owned. The new general manager decided he had to assert his dominance by rejecting my vacation time, and stated that he didn't have enough managers available to cover the shifts. I argued that the trip was already booked, but he wasn't hearing any of it. I liked my job and didn't want to leave, but there was no way I was going to miss this trip. I tried everything to get him to approve the time off, but he scheduled me to work that week anyway. He said if I didn't work, I'd be fired. I told him I was going. I liked my coworkers and didn't want to screw anyone over by having shifts that needed to be covered, so I got them all covered a few days before I left. The general manager wouldn't approve them working for me and still said I had to work. I was working the next day before the trip, Friday, and he knew I was leaving the next day no matter what. Part of my job was to schedule the crew shifts. It typically needed to be done by Sunday for the following week, but on this day he said I had to have it done that day. Cue the malicious compliance. One additional thing to note, this was about 15 years after the most popular girl's name was Ashley and the most popular boy's name was Michael. That means we had 8 Ashleys and 6 Michaels working there. It was normally trouble to keep from having more than 2 of them there at the same time because of labor laws. That Saturday, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., the lunch rush on the general manager's shift, every single one of them was scheduled at the same time. I can only imagine the chaos when he wanted one of them to do something. When I picked up my last check, another shift manager confirmed that it was as glorious as I had imagined. I'm trying to imagine what the shift schedule looked like. 11 a.m. shift. Ashley, 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 and Ashley. Our next Reddit post is from Analytica Zero. Years ago, I was working for a large organization. My boss was very nice and pleasant to work with, at first. I was hired and tasked with taking a very troubled department and bringing it up to standards. My boss was fairly supportive during the initial few months on the job, but then something changed. The department began to perform and improve greatly within the first 6 months, and this was recognized and heralded by upper management. This made my boss look good and also improved overall morale in the team within the troubled department as they were finally recognized for their efforts and talents. About this time, the 6-month mark, I was told to watch my back by a few other colleagues, both men and women, outside of my department because my boss had a reputation for putting her own success over anyone else's. They also warned me that she was known for being very threatened by any successful males who worked for her. Male here. She was a very big champion of the women on her team and regularly promoted and advocated for them, but it seems that every male that worked on her team ended up leaving or getting fired. This was something I wasn't aware of when I was hired. I'm also the only male on the team. After investigating this further, I found there to be some truth to all of this. As it happens, over a 12-year period, over 8 men on her team either quit or were fired. 6 fired and 2 quit. Of the women on her team during the same period, 8 were promoted, 2 quit, 4 were still on her team, and 0 were fired. So I'm a bit concerned about this now, as 1, I'm a male, and 2, she has this reputation for making it difficult for men on her team. I just took this all in stride, however, and focused on continuing to manage the department to greater levels, work on continuing to increase the morale of the department, and ensuring I communicate with my boss regularly about any situation that would become problematic for her or me. I also focused on ensuring that she got maximum credit for the improvements of the troubled department and credited her with being a great boss that ensured that the department received the resources and support that it needed to succeed. Fast forward to about my 8th month there, and I'm in a meeting with my boss, and she begins to rage against me that I emailed someone who was in the upper management of the company. I explained to her that yes, I did CC that VP because the email in question was one that necessarily involved the entire area under which this particular VP led. She said that I'm not to do that, and then proceeds to tell me that I am forbidden to email anyone that is above my pay grade, as that is not my place. She then tells me that only she is allowed to email these people, and that if an email needs to go to them, CC or not, she will send it. I ask her if she would like me to send the emails that would need to go to the VPs to her for her to send, and she tells me, yes, send them to me, and then I will send them. I ask her also if she wishes I don't call the VPs on the phone as well, and she says, yes, you are not to call them either. Then she says, I know you may be used to getting your way because you're a man, but this doesn't mean you can try to take my job. What? I'm kind of befuddled at this and just take it all in and decide that I need to respect her wishes because there must be something else going on here of which I'm not aware. Okay, fine, we'll do it your way. About a month goes by, and during that time, I only need to email a VP once, and I write up the email to this VP's department, send it to her, and then wait for her to send it on. Now, this email is time sensitive and involves giving the VP and his people a heads up about resources needed for a particular project. Now, the VP must be included in this email because this request involved budgetary issues, and only the VP over a specific area is allowed to change or adapt their budget. Otherwise, I would have just communicated directly with the members of this other VP's team to give them the heads up. So I send the email to my boss, ask her to send it on within the next 3 days, and then I wait. About a week goes by, and I happen to run into this particular VP in the elevator. She asked me about the project, resources, etc., and I let her know that things are good. She then asks about the overrun on this one particular area, and I tell her that it's best she ask my boss. She then asked me to send her an email on this particular overrun, and I let her know, sure, I'll make that happen. I follow back to my boss, let her know about the conversation with the VP in the elevator, and she blows up at me. Starts yelling and screaming and telling me that I'm not even to talk with that VP or any VP about this project. I explained to her that sure, I get it, but I would have been rude to not acknowledge this VP's question since we're stuck in the elevator together and I didn't seek out that meeting. She then begins to tell me that she has to write me up for being insubordinate and not honoring her request to not email, call, or talk to VPs. I'm floored, but nothing I can do. As I'm leaving her office, she tells me, I made a mistake in hiring you. I thought you were different, but you're just as entitled as all the other men I've hired. Man, okay, this is going really well. Do I go to human resources and have them play their stupid games with me? Nah, not gonna solve anything, especially with the boss that's been with the company for 10 years or so. Human resources generally cares very little about employees and only really worries about risk and protecting the company. They're not gonna do anything for me, so I don't report any of this. I seriously thought about filing a complaint about my boss's comments to me, but when I had the meeting where I had to sign my write-up, I decided against it given the HR officer had to read the write-up before I signed it, and I figured that since the write-up was based on a BS policy that my boss created out of thin air, I was right in assuming that HR would do nothing for me if I had complained anyway. So I just tried to get through all this stuff and start looking for another job on the side. 2 days later, I get a call from Super VP, to whom the VP from the elevator reports to. Now, my boss also reports to another VP. This VP is female, and also not the same as the one from the elevator. And the VP to whom my boss reports also reports to this Super VP. This Super VP asked me to come to a meeting that next day. I explained that I'm happy to do so, but I'll need to check with my boss first to ensure that there are no conflicts in the schedule. I also state to the Super VP that I would appreciate it if she would contact my boss as well to ensure that my boss is made aware of her request. The Super VP pauses and then tells me, no, that won't be necessary in this case, and then hangs up. Shoot! So I email my boss, tell her that the Super VP is requesting to meet with me the next day and wanted to make her aware of the meeting. She comes storming into my office around 5:30 p.m., about an hour before I usually leave. and closes my door and berates me for a good 20 minutes for talking with the super VP. She was so loud that one of the members of the department in which I worked was about to call security just before my boss exited my office. I knew my boss would be mad, but didn't expect anything like this. So next day, I go to the meeting with Super VP. At that meeting is another 3 VPs. The first is the female VP who I ran into in the elevator and was asking about overruns. The second is the female VP to whom my boss reports. The third is a female VP who used to oversee the department in which I presently work. The SVP proceeds to ask me about the overruns. I explain as best as I can about the issues involved and also explain that I'd prepared an email a few weeks ago about this. The VP, who I ran into in the elevator, states that she never got the email on the cost overruns from me. I then explain that it wouldn't have come from me, but would have come from my boss. The VP asks why I wouldn't send it. I say that it's not my place to send emails to VPs. Then the super VP stops everyone from talking and says, "What did you just say?" I then reiterate my response. Then the super VP begins questioning me about this point. After about 15 minutes of my explaining to them that I'm not allowed to communicate with them per my boss's orders, they're all pretty disgusted and frustrated. I further explain that this policy was created by my boss and has been consistently enforced by her for the past month or so. They tell me that they'll have to come back to me on this, but in the meantime, they'll get the emails about the overruns from my boss and I'll follow up with her. Shoot. So I go back to my office that day and realize that my head is on the chopping block. I am really in a no-win situation and I just have to wait for it to play out. And play out it did. I come into work the next day, it's a Thursday, and I don't think anything has changed. Seems like a normal oppressive day and I'm just waiting for the axe to fall on my head. I work most of the morning and then right before lunch, I get an email. The email is from the super VP with all the VPs copied on it, that my boss is taking some time off and will be back in a few days. During her absence, all requests and management decisions will be made by the VP to whom my boss reports. I'm not quite sure what this means, but given the weekend is coming up, I'm just glad this friggin' week is almost over. The day goes by uneventfully, and around 4 p.m., the VP responsible for the department in which I work comes down and comes into my office and tells me that as of that day, my department and I am no longer reporting to my boss, but I was now reporting directly to her. I asked what that means for the department and my job. She said nothing. It just means that the department will be better served under this new reporting structure, given the increase in the amount of business that the department was engaged in since my hire, as well as the strategic internal leverage that would be needed going forward. I also was explicitly told that I was free to now communicate with any other VP or super VP of the organization as I saw fit. She then apologized for the experience I had with my boss and told me that she was unaware of my bosses forbidding me to communicate with her or other VPs or super VPs. I take this all in, not knowing who was telling the truth, but relieved that I will no longer have to endure being treated like a child by my boss. I then asked about my boss and her reporting relationship to my department's other team members, and was told that she was forbidden to execute orders to them on her own unless she has my prior approval. Karma. I stay at this company for about 3 years total, have a great working relationship with the VP, who was now my boss, as well as the other VPs and super VP to whom they reported. I only left when I got a better offer in a different industry. My former boss was eventually counseled out over a 3-month period after HR investigated her behavior, interviewed me about the arbitrary rules about communicating with the VPs that my boss had enforced on me, as well as her shouting at me and writing me up and disparaging me as male. Talk about karma. Her write-up of me was used as evidence that she actually had implemented this no contact policy solely with me. And because she wrote it up and put it in my employee file, it proved my veracity about the entire no contact issue. In addition, and also compounding the problem, they found other alleged issues concerning cost overruns and financial reporting irregularities that she had hidden over the years. I've never seen her again, but if I ever do, I would love to be able to say to her, "Great seeing you again. I always tell people that you're the boss that taught me the importance of using email to further my career." This lady is such a Karen that she's literally telling her employee, "No, you cannot speak to your manager. Only I can speak to the manager." Our next Reddit post is from Trees K. My father has been a lawyer here in British Columbia, Canada for more than 30 years. When he was starting out in his 30s, he was hustling hard to support a stay-at-home wife for me, his young son. As he was very much a type A personality with not much patience, he sped on the highways, often. And he got speeding tickets, often. However, he took every single one to court and had every single one overturned. The reason was quite simple. At the time, Canada was in the process of switching over from imperial miles per hour to metric kilometers per hour, and all of the road signs had to be replaced. Now, the British Columbia Legal Code specified that a road sign was legally comprised of 2 signs on a pole. Apparently, at some point, someone in charge of replacing all the signs with the new metric ones decided that they could save a considerable amount of money by printing all the information on one sign. But this no longer complied with the specifics of the legal code. So he would go back to the exact sign that he was ticketed because of and take a picture of it, and then bring the picture to court along with a copy of the laws in question. His defense was very simple. He would allow the arresting officer to take the stand and give his testimony regarding the issue of the ticket, and then show the officer the picture he took and ask them to identify whether that was the sign that he had sped past. They always agreed, saying that it was, in fact, the very same sign. He thanked them and then dismissed them with no further questions. He would then bring the picture to the judge along with the bookmark page of the BC Highway Act and present the judge with the exact wording of the law, followed by his factual argument that since there was only a single sign posted, it did not constitute a legal road sign as defined in the Highway Act. As I said before, every single ticket was dismissed and all my dad lost was a half hour of his time. This worked for almost a decade, with him overturning literally thousands of dollars of speeding tickets, until the law was changed. He still speeds, by the way. Then, we have a similar story from Subtle Glow down in the comments. My dad got out of a speeding ticket for years in the same area, all because tree branches were somewhat blocking the sign. The sign was still absolutely readable, but there was a law stating that the sign had to be 100% unobstructed. When the city decided they were over his shenanigans and cut back the tree, he did what any reasonable person would do. He took a ladder out there and took a picture of the sign from above, so it looked like it was still obstructed. The judge asked him how he could possibly not be aware of the speed limit after being stopped there so many times. My dad's reply was that was hardly the point. The law was very clear. Got out of that ticket, too. That was r/malicious compliance, and if you like that video, hit that like button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.